Alright, g'day, welcome to stream. First one in quite some time actually. And today we will be doing, hopefully, a flight from Singapore to Hong Kong, the old Kai Tak airport, using the Lockheed TriStar. Oops, sorry, I'm having to use display capture for some reason, because it literally will not work if I use anything else. So here is our plane for today. Sitting at the gate, waiting to go. I'm still working on a GSX profile, so it doesn't look great at the moment. Same with Tomato profile. I'm working on one of them too. But at the moment, we will not know if it works or not. Hopefully, it will. It might not, but hopefully. So yes, we will be using the Captain Sim Lockheed L1011 TriStar here, which released not that long ago. It is effectively a port from the FSX model, but it's had some slight improvements that are supposed to make it better. We will see, of course, but hopefully it will. So let's just jump on into the cockpit. Now, the route we're going to take, I'm going to have to use the Alt tab again, so I have to apologise. Here is our fuel and payload thing. I don't know if that window's displaying. Yes, it is. Now, that window here is basically new with the the P3D version. But it isn't a calculator, it just lets you put in your weights, as you can see here. So we've got quite a high gross weight, and that is what's currently loaded in the simulator. So we can close that. We don't need that. Now, this nice spreadsheet, because this is everything you think of when you think of flight sim, is a spreadsheet that was available on AbSim that you can use to work out your weights. So you see, you put in your destinations, you put in your distance and your flight levels, any planned extra fuel you want, and your payload, and it gives you basically an approximation of how much fuel you need and that sort of thing, which is very nice given the Captain Sim model doesn't come with any of this sort of stuff. And then on SkyVector, this is our route. So here we are in Singapore. Now, it's got a SID loaded by default. We will be trying to fly that as close as possible. However, as we do not actually have, a GNS system, we cannot fly it accurately. So we are following the route in as close as possible on the real air route, keeping in mind we can only put in up to basically a maximum of 9 waypoints in the INS system. And then our arrival at Hong Kong from this point on, which is Dumont, will be a star, which we can fly a VOR approach to the old Hong Kong Kai Tak airport. So that should be good. And I'll load this window up now. This information is going to be very important in a second. So I'm going to sit that over there. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, now, let's see. The first steps we need to do is get the plane ready for loading. So let's make sure parking brake is set. Yep. External power, we want to bring that up. Now we want to go to flight engineer panel. We want to make sure, hang on, let me switch through to the right panel. There we go. Turn the battery on. External power should go on. Make sure these lights all extinguish, which they have. Now, we need to go do the overhead. Hopefully I've got this set up right. And we need to bring this into standby mode so it can start warming up. These should be idle and off for our window heats. They are. External lights, we don't need to touch them at the moment. They are basically correct by default. We want to turn these off because we're sitting at the gate right now. So we want to leave them off for now. Anti-skid, off, which is what we want. And we want to turn on the fasten seatbelt and no smoking signs. So that's all good to go. Now the INS is going to be interesting to add, but first we want to tell GSX to start boarding. So we're going to need to use this window, open the doors, and the cargo doors as well. I think it's that one. Yes, it's that one. Okay, good. So they should start getting ready now. Now we are at gate G18 at Singapore, so this is a terminal well at the end to the south of the airfield. Now we're going to need to first, in our system, the INS, put in our locations. So let's see, we want to make sure... hang on, let me just make sure I've got the right idea first. Okay, we want to set, actually, where am I? I need to look at the right chart. I'm looking at the wrong chart. That's not helpful. That is your departure. Where is my departure route chart? Show that to me, please. I'm using Navigraph, so that's going to be the best thing to use here. Now, Singapore doesn't have any, VOR departures left. They've all been replaced. So, to get the right one is going to be interesting. Now, we are departing... which way? Not that one. Nursing... that one or that one? I can't remember which star I'm using. That one, okay. So we are on... which one are you saying? I've got to check active sky. Just 1 second. Okay, the departure runways... let's see. Oh, hang on, it's loaded the wrong flight plan. That's helpful. This is active sky, by the way. There we go. Load the right runways. There we go. So 20C and 20R are our departures. We are currently close to 20R, I believe. Let's look at the airport chart. No, we're next... no, 20C is our departure, so I want to make sure I've got the right SID for that. Which I have. Okay. So we want to set... the first VOR that's available for us to use is Takeoff at 116.5. We want to set that one up. Now, our course for that initially, when we want to intercept that, is going to be 342. So we'll set that to 342. Our initial heading that we need is going to be 203. Oops, so let's set that down to 203. Now, our initial altitude, what's the clearance altitude? 7,000, so we'll set that whilst we're waiting. There we go. Okay, so what we got to do, look at the chart, we got to fly south to a waypoint that we're not going to be able to see, so I'm going to have to sort of guess it. Then we have to fly, turn 90 degrees left effectively, cross around, then turn another 90 degrees pretty much before we hit another bit of land. And then once we intercept the radial for the VOR, then we'll be okay. So we can do that bit alright, just the only bit we can't do well is the whole initial departure. So that's going to be a fun challenge. But we don't need to worry about that yet. First thing we should be worrying about is our INS. So let me just get the right window. Here we go. So our position according to this is 0120.5 north, 10359.2 east. Now I can look at the chart and check the gate, or if I do Shift Z, I can use the coordinates up here See, we are 120.5 north and 103.59 east. So we are in that position already. So that is good. So what we can do now... Oh, wrong button. We need to go up to the overhead. And we need to middle click to pull it out and turn it to a line. So now that will start counting down. If we go to this one, see, this is our accuracy. We need to let that sink down for a while. It's basically aligning. Now, you can depart, if I remember right, when it's around 25, but you don't really want to be using that because that's not really accurate. So we're going to wait to let that go down as low as possible. So instead, we're going to start putting in the first coordinates. So position 0 is always your starting position, so you never change that. Scroller 1's our first waypoint, so that will be our first waypoint on our route. So if I bring up the navlog from SimBrief, we don't need to worry about these. These ones here, they're for the SID, which we can't fly, so we're not going to worry about that. Our first departure point is the VOR here. So we can put in these coordinates. So you can see those coordinates there. And basically we're going to put that one, 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 and that one into the system. So I'll put that on the other window. Put that away. So our initial one, you have to round it up. So we want to set waypoint north. So the insert light lights up. So we've got to put in 0, 2, 2, 3, 3, which is fine. So 0, 2, 2, 3, 3, insert, and we want to put east in, make sure it lights up again, 1, 0, 3, 5, 2, 3, is that? Yes. So that's good. So that's waypoint 1. Waypoint 2 is Dolox. So let's start inputting that one. So that is 0, 4, 4, 8, 6, 8. So that's going to be 7. Yes, because you have to round it up, the last number. So insert that. East 105 22 8. There we go. Position 3 is Dudis. That's a music name. So that's 0, 7, 0, 0, 0. Insert. East 106 486. So this is a little more complex to initially program than an FMC where you would just type the waypoint's name in. But once you actually get into it, it's pretty easy really. So waypoint 4 is Danvo. So that is 11.065. Insert. East 109 109327. I have to sort of semi-squint to read what the chart, not the chart, the other window is saying on the other monitor. So Donda is 14 422 East 112 013. Dossut. That's a good name. Oh, come on. There we go. I pressed it wrong. So that's 1702 0. Yep. East 113 408. Now, Dulop is 18142. 114326. Cert. And finally, Jumol, which is the last waypoint we can actually program, is going to be 19000. Insert east 114268. There we go. So that is the INS set up. So if we switch that down here, you can see it's aligning now. We are now down to an accuracy of 35. And it has got our heading, or rather a heading, programmed in. So that is getting there. So actually we'll leave that there for now. Okay, we'll proceed with the pre-flight now. So that is programmed up. Flight directors, we want them to be both on. Whoops. Barometers, they are set already. Radar altimeters already set to 0. Throttles are closed. Flaps are up. Fuel switches are off. Transponder we don't need to worry about. So we can just set that at whatever we fancy really. So that is, yeah, I'll just leave that as that. Like I said, I'm not flying online, so I don't need to worry about it. Okay. Fuel quantity, we'll need to switch over to the engineer station for that. Fuel quantity is matching what I've loaded in. Yep. So we want to reset the fuel used counters so they go to 0. Fuel pumps, we want to turn all of them off except the outer left and outer right. Now we want to start up the APU in preparation for our departure. So master power goes on. Make sure that is in min mode. And now we push start. Door opens. And then in a few seconds we should see and hear the APU begin to start up. There we go. Let that power up. Now, we want to wait for it to stabilize before we start putting any load on it. Compressor mode has got to stay on minimum for the time being. Okay, bleed air can open. Now we're waiting. High pressure valves. Oops, we want to use to them. They are all good. Engine isolation valves, 3 on. They are good. I want to leave them on actually. Sorry, wrong ones. Cross bleeds, we want to set all these on for the time being. And where is our packs? I've got to remember which button I've got them set on. Isolation valves are there. Cross bleeds are on, yep. There's the pack, so yeah, they're all on, so they're extinguished. Cabin pressure, well, our goal is to cruise at 3,500. I don't know if we'll actually make it to that altitude, but we can try. And where have I've lost my active sky window, sorry about that. Come on, active sky, load up. So 1013 is about there actually, I think. So that should be good. External power can now be disconnected as we have the APU running. So the external power switch go off. Now the INS, how is that aligning going? 0.5, so we're pretty accurate now. So Perth is below 5, which is what we want. So everything there should be fine. We are almost ready to set that to nav, I believe, but not yet. So overhead panel is set the way we want. Exterior lights, we're about to start engine, so anti-collision light goes on. Emergency lights are on and armed, because otherwise they would have an indicator up. Seatbelt smoke lights on. Auto flight is off. Flight instruments are set. Landing gear is down. Parking brake is on. Throttles are closed. Yep. Fuel is off. Battery is on. Fuel panel is set. Now we want to right click to nav, so the INS is ready to engage. Which one's that one? Sorry. Where are my pack flow control switches? Pack flow control. All of you. Oh, actually no. 1 and 3 have got to go off, I believe. Yep. Hydraulic pressure is all 3 have got to go off from memory. So that's you off, you off, you off. ATM pumps go off. And galley power, which is these 3, goes off as well. Now we want to set our engine start switch to B because we are on a inbound. So we are ready to go. Now let's prepare for pushback and departure. We want the nose to go right, I believe. No. So let's close the doors. Remove the wheel chocks as well. Hopefully that door's actually closing. I don't know if it is. Nope. So we want to close that door. We don't want to depart with that door open. That would not go well. Let me bring up the OBS window because that's gone as well now.
Hello, Captain. We're ready for pushback.
So, yep. Let me go. Where's my airport map? Airport info chart, sorry. Not map.
Locking gear.
Yeah, so we've got a quite the lengthy taxi to go. But that's fine. We'll do it alright. So yeah, pack flow control. Be alright.
Check completed. Bypass pin inserted. Release parking brakes.
Parking brake is off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Yep, that looks fine to me, I believe, from memory. Okay, so for a TriStar, you start engine number 2 first. So, ground start. See if I've set it up right. Yep. If you look at our gauges, we want to wait for that to hit about 20% in 3. There we go. Now we want to introduce the fuel. Turn it up a bit because it's apparently quiet. Okay, engine 2 is on. Now we want to start engine 1. Same deal. Watch the N3. Wait for that to hit about 20%. Introduce fuel. Love how those engines sound. Wait for that engine to stabilize. Okay. Start engine 3. Oh, I should have actually set that thing the wrong way. Park and brake set. Okay. Engines are started. So we can switch to the right panel. High pressure goes on. Pack flow control goes on.
Unlocking gear.
The ATM hydraulic pumps now go to the auto position. Galley power can now go on. Generators are all looking fine. Now we want to set all fuel pumps to be on. Crossfeed valves, they can stay for the time being. Now go back to the APU. Bleed air is now no longer required, so we can turn that off. Stop on the APU, but we do not want to turn the power off yet. We've got to leave the engine time to cool down. Back to the overhead. These can now come on. And the windshield heat
Left is clear. Right is clear.
can now come on. They can stay on. So that should be us all set to go. Yep. Oh, sorry, had to sneeze there. Flight controls. Just look at our instruments. See that we've got authority on our controls. We want position lights to be on now. Taxi light can go on. Flaps, we want flaps 10 for departure. And we want about trim, hang on. Can't really tell on the indicator, but yeah, about 5 degrees will be fine. Now our V2 is about 160 with our current gross weight. So let's just set our reference bug to be more or less in the right spot. Okay. Anti-skid should now go on. Oh, yeah, go on. Altimeter arm shall be armed. Heading shall be armed. We want our initial course be 203. Did I set that one wrong? Yeah, that's the course selector. So I set that wrong earlier. What did I say I needed that to be? That needed to be 342. That's the one I needed to leave on 342. So I did that wrong. Good thing I checked it now. Otherwise, that would be annoying when trying to fly a departure when you can't actually see your position correctly. Okay, that's good. Flight director, Control Shift G. There we go. That should put that into takeoff mode. Flaps are set. Trim is set. We are ready for taxi now, I believe. ATMs, yep. Crossblades, good. Takeoff data, good. Altimeters, set. Airspeed bugs, set. Flaps, set. Trim's green. Okay, we are ready for taxi. And we got a nice long taxi ahead of us. So let's release the parking brake. You need a fair bit of power to taxi, I've noticed. So let us get going. There we go. So now we basically got a taxi all the way up. We're sort of towards the end of our departure runway. And I've actually pushed back facing the wrong way because I always get those two confused. Because I'm very good at that. Now we can set that to V2 plus 20, so we want that on 180. Not that we will be using it initially. But it is useful to have it preset, ready to go. Now the scenery we're using right now is Imagine Sims Singapore. So it's pretty nice scenery actually. Not that old either. Obviously it's not accurate for depicting the time period this plane would have been flying in. But, you know, it's a trade-off. We're not actually flying from Singapore in the condition that this plane would have left it. But we will be arriving at Hong Kong at the sort of condition that this plane would have experienced it. Hopefully. Anyway. Let's make sure I get to the right taxiway here. Still not quite used to using pedals, so I tend to be overshooting a little bit on my turns. Like that. I'm getting better than I used to be, but when you've been using a twist on a joystick for a long time, that kind of becomes how you're expecting to use it. Which obviously is not our intention here. Okay. So flight time should be around 3 hours 45 minutes. It may be longer, it may be shorter. Because this plane doesn't have a auto throttle. It's an old plane, so obviously it doesn't have that. So your cruise speed is whatever you pretty much set your power to and keep an eye on. Now, the target speed will be about 0.84 Mach. Whether I can manage that is much the same as the altitude, because with lacking all sorts of performance data, I can only go with rough estimates and trial and error, basically. And I sort of know what settings I need from having flown this plane a lot in the past, but we'll see if they're actually any accurate or not. Also, it looks like we're going to be following a few planes for departure now, so that's always fun. Let me just set my Navigraph chart to be showing the right chart. There we go. And just revise. Oop, I'm drifting a little. My departure should be pretty simple. We're going to want to set our vertical speed at some point. To 1000, which is our initial climb out vertical speed. So we'll leave that armed for the time being. Yeah, see, that's my main gripe with this model is if you let the speed fall off too much, it will just stop on you, basically. And actually, whilst we're here, I'll set the VOR for merging, which is the end of the SID, and our first INS waypoint. Be 1168. Now we will be flying that one at from a coma at 356. So there we go. Those two should now be incorrectly for our flight. Basically, it's a lot more work flying an old plane like this, but at the same time, it's a nice sort of satisfaction to flying a plane like this too, because, well, you're actually having to fly it. You're not just watching something go, but you're actually controlling it. You're doing most of the work yourself, or in this case, you're doing the work of sort of 3 people. Line up with the end of the runway. Silk Air Jet is taking off. They probably didn't exist when this plane was flying. Or at least I believe they didn't exist, but I don't actually know. Okay, we're at our hold short position. we want continuous ignition now to be on. Start switches on both. Strobes can go on now. Landing lights can go on as we are getting ready to enter the runway. Turn off lights on. Transponder we're going to leave. Where is it? Number 1 pack, is it? Yeah, number 1 pack flow control goes off for the departure. And by now the APU should have cooled, so we can now turn off the APU power switch. Now we just need to wait. It's already gone. Is there anything in the approach? Not that I can see. So let's begin lining up with the runway. Once we got enough power to actually move forward, because that is the most annoying problem. Is excessive amounts of power. Required to get rolling. Once you're rolling, it's fine. It's just getting in that position in the first place is frustrating, to say the least. Let's line up. Now the TriStar accelerates fairly slowly, and it is a long fuselage, so we want to do our rotation equally slowly, basically. Okay. Check our instruments are all set for our departure. Yep, we should be all good. Yeah, well actually I'll set that to the initial speed I want our climb after 1,000 feet. So V2 plus 70. So that is, what's 160? So 220. If I'm doing the maths right in my head. Is yes, this plane requires doing more maths, and I suck at doing maths, so... Oh, come on. There we go. We should be good to go. So we want to not advance the throttles too far. Now, real TriStars fly a lot by the EPR, but there's a bug in P3D, so the EPR value isn't really reliable. So we'll have to just go with that. So our takeoff power. knots. V1. Rotate. V2. Gear up. Lower the nose. reduce power a little. There we go. We're at about 220. So now we want IAS. Now we can set... Oh, sorry. That's controls doing. We'll set that on for the time being. There we go. Actually, no, hang on. I forgot. I need to set my power right first because of how the IAS mode works. So, keep climbing. Get some more initial power going on. So yeah, we're climbing more. There we go. Now we can set that. Now we're in the right, okay. Flaps can go up at this point. Now we need to basically stay at 230 knots during this initial departure according to the SID. So we will achieve that by varying the power on our throttles. Now I haven't actually really tested this, but I believe it's about, dear me, of 12 or so. Let's have a look at this. When this ticks over, that's when I want to turn to 113. Let's turn now, about now. Oh, we're at our altitude already. I'm probably flying this wrong, because like I said, I'm not really that familiar with this. And we're actually going a bit fast, so let's pull the throttles back. Because we've actually exceeded 250 there. Oh, no, hang on. Nose light can go off. What's the next step? I've got the checklist on my iPad, so it's a little tricky switching back and forth on that, whilst at the same time maintaining what the plane's doing. Nice and cloudy. So yeah, I'm sort of flying an approximation, I guess, of this SID more. There was land just below us, so now we want to turn to 023. And we want to veer our nav, if I remember right. Is that? Yep, VOR arm, good. Oh, and our speed is really falling off now. Like I said, there's a lot to pay attention to. And at the same time, we now need to turn this pack control valve back on. Gear lever now needs to go to neutral. Continuous ignition is off because we don't need that now. Oops, are we... Hang on, what are we doing? Hang on. Off on that. Heading... It turned before intercepting the VOR, which is a pain. Go back. This is really shoddily flown. Like, really shoddily flown. This is why you get someone who actually knows what they're doing fly the plane first. And you have more than one person trying to do it at the same time. It also doesn't help that we're constantly in clouds. Oh. No, you need to go neutral. It's the flaps I wanted to put up. That's fine. I think we're basically... That means we're pretty much immediately over the airport, so... Oops. We stuffed that up. Oh, well. What can you do? I want that to be... No. I want that to be armed, but not immediately flying it. So let's pay more attention this time. Is it going to actually fly us onto the beam? We are pretty much immediately over the VOR at this point. Yeah. That's looking promising. And we can now increase our altitude to hopefully our final cruise altitude, 3,500. Arm that. And we can increase that to 250, even though we are exceeding that at this moment in time. Yeah, we're flying the beam nicely now. Make sure the speed is where we want, then we switch. IAS. Whoa, what's the vertical speed doing there? That's a bit unnerving. Let's set that to the heading we're currently on. Set that to heading hold. 116.8 is the one we want to intercept. 356. Just because I don't want to use the co-pilot's one, so I want to use our own one. And we want to... Okay, we're above. So let's... VS again. And It's doing it again. I'm not sure why it wants to insist on bankers too early. Looking at this, we're close, but not quite there yet. Let our speed pick back up. Now that we're basically on the beam, now we can fly that. We're above, so landing lights can go off. Turn off lights can go off. Now just got to keep an eye on our speed. Now we've got to track the DMEs here. And actually we can prepare for INS mode if we set that to FMS. Now the flight management computer is controlling the heading knob. Our altimeters, we should be above it, but we were basically already at standard pressure, so I don't need to worry about that. Oh, we got some enunciation lights. Icing and ECS. Oh, we got icing, so we'll turn on auto ice. Check that we are more or less flying what we want. I believe that's the right setting to set. Like I said again, I'm pretty much going entirely off of memory here. Yeah, that should. Now, if we go to change this to distance time, we now got a distance and a time to our first waypoint. So that should be good. Hopefully. We are above most of the weather now, so we can turn off the seatbelt and smoking signs. Because it's a sign of the times, you're allowed to smoke on this plane. Oops, why is that? Go away, Windows. Go away. Why is that wrong out? I've got my charts are messed up again. That's a pain. There. So we should be passing over 116.8 very soon. Yep. Yeah, the distances are about the same. Check that the fuel is being used evenly. Okay, we got... Oh, why we got more in that one? Okay, so we got a bit of imbalance there. I'll just turn that across so we can stay on. We'll see if that evens out. Just keep an eye on that. Now at any moment, we will overfly the VOR, and the FMS should turn us, well, not FMS, the INS, sorry, should turn us onto our next waypoint, which was Dolox. We're also nearing our cruise altitude too. Yeah, we're nearing our cruise altitude now. There you go. We're now at altitude, so we need that to be pretty much around 300, I think. For our initial cruise. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Why is that zoomed in now? That's a pain. Yeah, that has not done what it should have done. And I'm not entirely certain why that is. There we go. I think I might have confused it. But we're turning now, so that should have us turning on the right path. Hopefully. It's a pretty Fine balance what you gotta do. What's the next? There's a VOR 2 hour west, so I want to tune to that. 113.3. Just in case we do. Oh, now we're going too fast, so just in case we do need an abort or anything. Okay, yes, it's taking control of it properly now, so I think I just needed to set that up. I might have overflown the waypoint it was trying to target and thoroughly confused it in the process. So we're flying a little bit quicker to make up for some lost time by our weird departure. We're still flying too quick. Let's try pulling the power back a little bit more. So we're 130 nautical miles, or 16 minutes from our second waypoint, which will be Dolox. Which I can look on Navigraph, where I've put the waypoint in, and yes, we are now flying towards that. So, I missed a step somewhere, but we are now on the proper course. So yes, all I did basically in the INS there is I told it to skip a path. So if you waypoint change, you can tell where you want. So 0 means from your current position. So I told it to basically skip waypoint 1 because it was on 0, 1, and told it to go 0 to 2, so to take us to waypoint 2, which it is now doing. So that's nice. I need to throttle up a tad and try and basically, by guessing, because I don't have the performance here, try and find the right power setting to maintain cruise speed. What's the fuel doing? Yeah, so yeah, we've definitely used more. Turn one of those pumps off. We'll hopefully use more from this tank, because all the valves are open. I don't need that one on. No, I don't need that one on. And that should be everything else fine. Yep, cabin pressure. Yep, looks fine to me if I'm reading that right. What one have we got? Icing's still on. Well, the wing ice is on. Turn engine anti-ice on too then. Yeah, so that messy departure bodes well for arrival to Hong Kong now, doesn't it? Given how much I utterly botched that up. Oh well. Let me switch to some external views. Bit loud. Now, most of our route does not have any VORs on it, so we're pretty much dependent from now on to our INS and our programming of it until we're getting close to Hong Kong. So, that's always fun. Just gotta hope I put in all the waypoints correctly. Because unlike a modern FMC, you can't see just the waypoints on screen. I can only check on here and see if the distances and times are roughly similar to that on my flight plan. If they are not, that means I've put them in wrong, and it's a pain to try and update the system afterwards, so we will see. I reckon it's about 64. I'm flying a little bit faster to make up some time. we're pretty steady in cruise now, so we don't really have to worry about a whole lot. Okay, let me just get rid of that. Sorry. Bit of turbulence here by the look of it. That's always fun. Bring my charts back up, because I can't see them otherwise. That's our next closest possible VOR to tune to. That'll be a 354, so we will be passing Dudis probably when that VOR is in range. .91 nautical miles to it. look at that, some actual blue skies. Always nice to see. Ah, I lost it. Every time I do that, I lose the Navigraph window. That's annoying. I have to keep switching over, and because OBS doesn't seem to want to detect P3D in any other way but display mode capture, that means you have to see every single time I switch windows. I never used to have to stream it like that, so I don't know what's changed. Maybe there's a setting somewhere I need to find and fix. Presumably, there is. So now I also need chase plane to be brought up. Well, VLR is now alive. So when that beam crosses over, that should coincide with us passing duties. Will be the next waypoint that we pass. Which is also good to check now and then that, you know, where the INS thinks we are matches up with what the radio stations actually say we are. Because as long as those both match up, we're good. We're not lost. We're not got any more icing either, so that is so positive. 10 nautical miles from our waypoint, which the VOR appears to be syncing up with. And there we go, we have passed over it. The INS has ticked over, we are on about the right path. So now, we are heading towards waypoint 4. And our fuel tanks are evening out more, so I may as well turn both pumps on again now. That looks pretty good to me. Yeah, that'll be fine. Do we have another VOR? Let me check. No, not really. We don't have another one for quite some time. Oh well, we'll leave it like that then.
Finished.
No. just used up fuel from the outer left tank. So switch that off. And we should be... Yeah, go away. Yeah, that should be done. That tank is empty, we know that. So we've got to keep that cross-feed valve to feed it. And that one's now empty. So we'll feed those off as well. No longer taking fuel from there. That light's probably going to stay up now, but we know those tanks are empty, so we're going to have to, I guess, leave that on. I don't remember. ...158 nautical miles from waypoint 5. Okay, we are 37 nautical miles from Donda, which is the 5th waypoint. If I cross back over to the charts, there's still no still no VORs to verify the next trip, so we are literally on our own still for now. And yeah, I don't know what to do to clear those messages about the fuel. I'll need to look that up at some point. Just routine check. Fuel systems, yeah. Not really anything I can do about them, so I'll just leave them as is, I think. It's all good. It's all good. Cabin pressure's fine as well. I'll need to set up some binds so I can switch to those external views in Chase Plane at some point without having to constantly muck around with going and clicking on the individual window. Because that's always a pain. But we are just about to cross over Donda, actually. Which is about 3/4 of the way. So we are now, should be arriving, not too far actually. That's good. And we don't actually have Singapore as our final destination. Not Singapore, sorry, Hong Kong. As our final destination, the INS. The last waypoint is literally the entry point to the star. Once we get to that point, then we'll be flying the star manually. Which, if I switch on over to here, here is the star. Now we are going to be coming from Dumol, so we're coming from this side. So you can see here we need to tune to the VOR here, and then we need to track in. Depending on what runway we're arriving at, I need to check the weather when we're arriving. But if it's runway 13, which is the famous one, we will need to keep track of our distances, descend as required. Then basically once we overfly the VOR, that's when we make a 270-degree base leg turn. Then we've got to make our turn there and track into, basically once we pass that point, when we track onto the displaced ILS, which will take us over the checkerboard approach. And then once we find that, we then follow that in to hopefully a nice landing. So if I scroll down these charts, I need to get, here's the arrival ones. So we will overfly this VOR here, where we then got to fly across to this point, which you can see we basically follow until we're 7 nautical miles away from it. Then from that point we make a right turn, try and overfly the NDB here if possible. I'll need to remember to program that into the radios. And then once we're intercepting the glide slope for the ILS, then we make our right turn, we fly that in, there's your outer marker, and then once you get into here, that's when you make your right turn, which puts you right on the foot of the runway. So that stuff happens very quickly in a very short space of time. And you can see we need to be at 8,000 feet by the time we get here. So I will need to work out what descent path I will need when we get to that stage. But we're not there yet, so I don't need to worry about that just yet. I will need to worry about that soon. Basically, soon is when that becomes a problem. Also, in preparation for our arrival, I've got to do some basic maths to work out when we've got to start our descent. Now, based on that chart before, we need to cross the VOR at no higher than 8,000 feet. Now, we are currently cruising at 35,000 feet, so that means we need to descend 27,000. Now, a quick way of working that out is we remove the 3 zeros, so we make that 27, times that by 3, which will be the descent angle we want, which is 3 degrees, and that should give us about 81 nautical miles. So 81 nautical miles away from that VOR is when we want to start descending. Now, that can be tricky to work out, so we're going to need to make sure we're tuned into that ahead of time. And to work out our descent speed, we need to look at our cruise speed, which is what I did just then. Our ground speed is currently 490 knots. So we take that and we multiply that by 5, which gives us 2,450. So we round that up, that makes it 2,500. That is our initial descent rate. Now, that's not perfect, and it will obviously adjust because we will be slowing down during our descent because we have to be at 250 by crossing 10,000, and then below 6,000 we have to be at no greater than 210. So we want to make sure that we basically fly our descent as efficiently as possible once we get there. So let me just... And I've lost it. Where did I put the chart? I need to go back to the chart. So our arrival VOR we will be needing is 112.3, which we will not be in range yet. And our initial track towards it will be 355 from Dumont. That way we will know when we are 81 nautical miles away from it, even if we haven't crossed the final position yet. So we'll fly that in. And we should be alright. Now, not really any others, so let me go back, check on that chart again. What was that ADF or NDB I needed to tune to? 268, a shallow one, so that's got to be 268. I'll tune that. Actually, I'll tune into both of them because it literally doesn't make much of a difference. So I'll have both of them tuned to that, ready for use as reference when I need it. And the ILS will be 111.9. And we will want to be tracking that at 88 degrees. So that's going to be pretty useless for now. We might change that one as we need to. For the moment though, we don't need to worry about that just yet. I hate having to alt-tab constantly, it's a pain, and I wish I didn't have to do it, but I literally can't figure out why I can't capture the simulator in another window. It just doesn't want to let me today. Okay, we're pretty much arriving at Dumont now. So it's time to switch over that to VOR. Oh, we'll leave that just until we make sure we've crossed over. No smoking, seatbelt signs go on, we prepare for descent. Still not seeing any information, which is annoying. There we go, we've passed it, so now it's 5. According to that, our ground speed is pretty fast right now. Let's set cabin pressure. It's basically sea level. And the arrival pressure right now is on 006. There we go. We got a reading now. So fly the VLR in on 355. Always make such big swinging changes. I'm not sure why that is. We're not that far off course, are we? At least I didn't think we were that far off course. Maybe the INS drifted enough. I don't know. Now we just gotta fly in. We got wait until this gets to 81, and then we gotta begin our descent. I've probably given too much warning for the cabin, but whatever. Okay, we're getting close to our descent now. We're about 10 nautical miles away from where we need to begin it. We are still a little fast. We're doing 497 knots ground speed, so probably ready to start slowing. Just let that tick down a little more first. Or that number rather. Scroll that down to our initial 8,000 feet. Go. Arm that. Our IAS. We need to basically use our power to keep a 2,500 feet a minute descent. Gotta watch our vertical speed. And it's basically fine adjusting the throttle to get the desired descent rate. Keeping in mind we will of course be slowing down as we descend in the first place. That's pretty close. Might just leave it at that for now. Watch our descent and keep track on our DME and cross-referencing with the chart. There we go. Crossing 60 nautical miles. Gonna have to slow to 210 once we get within 30, so we'll probably be fine with our descent rate at the moment. Oh, slight pause there, that's always fun. There we go, we're about to cross the 50 range. 26,000 feet, so at this moment in time we're a little high. Approaching 40 nautical miles out. No land in sight yet. Ground speed now dropped to 430. Okay, we're approaching, so we'll switch vertical speed mode. Drop down to 1000. We want to slow down to 250 now. Watch our speed drop. It's a slow drop, but it's dropping. Oh, what's our new message say? I don't know what, it went away. Okay. What lit up? It would have been vibration. Okay. Get ready for our approach. Continuous ignition. Goes on. We're not at transition altitude yet. the altimeter. I don't know what it is. The charts aren't very clear on that, so... Hey, look, land. There we go, ground speed is dropping. We're still a little too high at the moment. Oh, go away, Windows, stop coming up. Okay, there's Hong Kong over there. Some of Hong Kong, anyway. What does Active Sky say? It's annoying that I have to keep switching over, but... 2971 or 1006 for the pressure, okay. So, nearly there. Good, because we're pretty much right on top of the VOR now, so... Get some spoiler action. Oops, I just realised I'm scrolling the wrong way there. That's not going to help. Make sure I'm trying to fly this approach correctly, having not flown it in a long time. Or at least not in a very long time with this plane. Hey look, there's the new Hong Kong airport. We're not landing there today. Let's see if we can get this landing better than our departure, eh? There's the new Hong Kong airport down there. We don't care about you though. Oh. We're a bit high. And by a bit, I mean a lot. Let's try and get ourselves back on this glide slope. There's Kai Tak there. I botched this up. I knew I would. Outer marker. Off. There's Checkerboard Hill. Oh, I think I started the turn a little early. Yeah, a little early. Whatever.
Glide flow. Glide flow. Glide flow. Glide flow. Glide flow. Glide flow. Glide flow.
Oop.
Glide flow.
Yeah, I really stuffed that up. But didn't completely miss the touchdown zone. So it wasn't as big of a disaster as it could have been, given I kind of came in too slow as well. That was a big problem I had. Come on, get some power. Oh, I forgot my landing lights. Oops. Oh well. Can't always win. I made it to Kaitat. That's a good start for me. First time landing this plane here in, well, a long time. Let's put it that way. Nope. Turn that off. Off. There we go. Start the APU. Oh well. Welcome to Kaitak. We'll see if we park in A28, because that's usually the one I use. I don't know why, it's just always the one I tend to use. Anti-skid can go off. Continuous ignition can go off. Sensor heats can go off. Flaps are up, smooth breaks it down. Stabilizer trim. Zero that. Galley power, I may as well do that now as well. That goes off. Jumbo Central. Oh yeah, I should probably tell GSX that I am using a gate. It always thinks my gate's too small even after I edit it. Whatever. I'll park there anyway. I'll ignore it. Oh, actually I went past it, so whatever. Gate 16. Which it doesn't have. I'm not sure why it doesn't have that. Whatever. I don't need GSX anyway. It only complains about my parking being wrong. Oh, don't stop too soon. Come on. Power up a little bit. Turn that off. Oop. Make sure parking brake is on. Taxi light off. Anti-ice should be off. I should have turned it off before. Okay, that should be... let's see. Yep, DSX doesn't like me. Let's see. Can I get deboarding? Okay, so now it will work. How was my parking anyway? Whoop. Oh, offset from the line, but close enough. Really. Close enough that I'm not going to worry about it. Let me just bring up that so I can go to a better camera. Oh, there's a bus coming. Oh, hang on. Let me turn off the seatbelt sign. There we go. There we go. Now we have arrived. Cargo being offloaded already. Who are going to be the first people off? We'll just ignore the fact that's not entirely touching, won't we? There we go. Here's the first people to disembark. That guy's got quite an interesting gait to him. He's also extremely uncomfortably close to the person behind him. I'm pretty sure these fancy buses weren't what Kaitak actually used. But whatever. Look at them stream off like ants. That's a pretty good angle, actually. You can see both the cargo and the passengers getting off. Also, thunderstorms here too, so we took off in storms, and we basically arrived near storms. Welcome to Asia flying in the monsoon season. Actually, if I connect external power, that means I can set external power to on, which means that can go to min, and I can stop the APU now. Look forward left, you can't see anything. Now there's a doorway there. Oh. Flipping through the plane. Ah, that bus is full, so that bus is going to leave now. Off it goes. There's the replacement bus. It's not just a TriStar, it's a Super TriStar. They just step over that gap fine. Yep. Doesn't matter, I just need to play some Mind the Gap announcements and you'll be good. Oh, what was that? Ah, I think it did another random pause for some reason. It does that, I don't know why. All these people that just came from Singapore. Interesting mix of passengers. He looks like he's got a limp. Look at the swag on this one. Just gonna walk through someone. That's probably not very polite. Oh, and there's your clone as well. What? She's drunk. As is her clone there. There's a kid just in a man there. That's, yeah, I could say some things about that. I'm not going to. But there's some things you could say about that. Another bus is filled. Oh, that bus just appeared. Saw that. Oh, there's a plane going to other Hong Kong airport. The one we flew over on the way here. Because this is by far the more interesting airport. Everyone knows that. So, for the flight then, I stuffed up the departure, and I stuffed up the arrival, but I felt my takeoff and my landing were okay. And I obviously programmed the INS correctly because, well, we're here. So aside from that one hiccup initially getting it en route in the first place, we did good. It's only my second time flying this plane in about 5 years since I last flew it. Actually, probably 4 years, actually, maybe it's more accurate, but yeah. Basically, quite a while since I last flew this plane, so trying to remember how to fly the plane and how to navigate the plane and fly some complicated approaches in a plane that's not really designed for it, that was, yeah. But we did pretty good, so I'm happy with that. Gotta wait for everyone to get off, and then I will call a stream there for today. Probably a very long, boring stream looking at the timer. It's, what, 4.5 hours? And I basically started the stream from the pre-flight, so the flight itself would have been about 3.5, three quarters, something like that. I think it was supposed to be 3.75 hours. But I can't say I paid attention to the clock on landing. I was a bit occupied, shall we say. Well, the cargo's finished. We can close the doors. Don't need those anymore. Yeah, those are the trucks that should be here instead of these, but they don't animate, so whatever. I'll also, go back in the cabin. I can turn the position lights and the beacon lights off. Don't need them on anymore. Everything else looks good, so the plane is pretty much secured. Clear that. Oh, that bus just disappeared. They poofed into the nether regions. Or whatever. It's 250, 260 people I think I had on, so pretty busy flight all up. People just keep coming. There's always more of them. Are you done yet? Pretty crowded bus. Oh, there's another plane. Oh, I'm inside one of those part trucks, I think. As GSX say, still deboarding passengers. Oh, that looks like one of the crew buses. Yeah, that's a crew bus. So yeah, it's flight attendant's time now, I guess, to get off. Apparently Cathay Pacific flight attendants look like that. Very, German looking. Oh, and here's the flight crew, so... better make it so that the flight crew and that are not visible. Oh. It's a ghost, he didn't see anything. Apparently only one of them has a bag. Presumably that's the first officer carrying the captain's bag. That's it. He's just gonna crash through that box. Yep. A nice slurp as he goes through it. Yes, that concludes our flight. Now disembarked. With some very ominous looking skies over the plane right now. But yeah, that was a flight CX650 if I remember right, from Singapore to Hong Kong. I hope you enjoyed watching. If you bothered to watch, it was at least 3 hours of pretty much nothing in the middle there during cruise, but whatever. I'll hopefully try and fix my capture in future so you don't have to keep seeing me when I'm switching windows, alt-tabbing and everything. But yeah, in the meantime, I'm Denodon. This was Lockheed Martin's Prepared. Safe landings.